Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. On this live stream, we're going to be doing live tarot and astrology readings. So if you are watching this in the live version, then hello, welcome. You can get a live reading with me here on the stream. If you open the description box, I have all of my live offerings with their prices. Just donate for the one that you would like, and then we'll do your reading here on the stream. Now, if you are a member of my channel, then you can get your free monthly reading. And as it is a new month, the readings have reset. So everyone has their free readings available for use. Hi, Camille. Yes, I'll add you to the list. And if you want to become a member of my channel and get access to free readings throughout the month, my behind the scenes content, you get early access to my content without ads, then I will put the link for that below as well. If you're watching in the recorded version or you're just someone that prefers private readings, I do also offer private readings, and I'll put the link for that in the description too. Okay. Hello, Sarah. Yes, you as well. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and let's get started here. Let me get a list going. Sarah says, love the September month reading. Sounds like a good one for Virgo. Yes, Virgo is in the spotlight right now. Lots of faded new beginnings for Virgos. Alrighty, so we'll start with Camille and then we'll move on to Sarah. So Camille, you can post your question. You're welcome. Okay. Alrighty, so for Camille, she asked, what can I expect for the month of September? So definitely recommend watching the video for your sun, moon, and rising. That will give you a good idea of what to expect. Let's see what messages come through for you for September. So your astrology card for the month is the 12th house. Okay, so this is a month for you to surrender. Okay, for you to surrender, for you to let go, to not look at the physical, tangible world, but to go more into your spiritual world, to connect more with universe, God, spirit, whatever that is for you, to really look at where you're at. You know, what are the contents of your soul and what needs to be healed, what needs to be released, what needs to be let go. This is more of a time for you to get rid of stuff and to make space rather than to accomplish or to achieve something. Okay, so this is a good month for you to spend more time alone, more time with your own thoughts, observing what's going on in there. What's the quality of your thoughts? Are your thoughts negative? Are your thoughts positive? to really reflect on your entire life, to look at the whole thing and, ask yourself, is this the life that I want? Am I living in alignment with the way that I'm supposed to be living? Am I living up to my fullest potential, or am I holding myself back? Am I stuck in the past? Do I have limiting beliefs, limiting mindsets that are preventing me from being a better version of myself? The 12th house also deals with our mental health. It deals with our addictions. It deals with our obsessions. So you also want to be mindful or become aware or conscious of those things as well. What is your mental state like? Is it healthy? Is it not healthy? Are you addicted to anything? Are you escaping reality through anything? And it doesn't have to be like drugs or alcohol. It can be through binge watching TV, or by scrolling on your phone, or constantly thinking about love. What is like the true state of your mind? And do you find yourself being overly focused on something as a way to distract yourself from other things? So, this is a time to get really, really clear with yourself on a deep soul level, and to develop a deeper connection to God, universe, spirit, whatever that is. Your overall energy for the month, I have the 10 of Swords. So, for Capricorn rising, for your chart, Saturn, your chart ruler, has just gone back into Pisces. That happened on September 1st. And Pisces for you is your third house of your mindset and your communication. So, with all of everything that's coming up here, this is showing me that you have some mindsets that need to be let go of. That your mind, the way you think, the way you observe the world, the way you think the world works, the way you're interacting with the world is not working. In some way, shape, or form, your mindset is sabotaging you. You have something in there that needs to get out. And I think I called the Capricorn video this month mental clarity. And that's what you should be seeking this month, is mental clarity, because the biggest block in your life is your own mindset. Okay? So you have to get really, really clear about the way that you think, and honestly ask yourself, is your mind supportive for a good life? Like, do you wake up and have positive thoughts? Do you wake up and have thoughts of gratitude? Do you think the world is a good place? Do you think the world is a safe place? Do you think that there's abundance? Do you think that everything is working out in your favor? Like, do you genuinely think that? Or is it just like, yeah, no, I should probably think that way? Like, really, really, really get clear about your mental health this month. It's very, very positive, because there's no reason why you can't have anything that you want. Like, at this point in the collective energy, the societal energy, with all the opportunities available to us, like, there's never been an easier time to get what you want in life, in history, ever. And if you're having a difficult time, like, getting what you want or living a life that you want to live, it's just in your mind. Like, you could still be operating from an old state of mind, an old mindset, not seeing all the opportunities and not seeing the direction that the world is heading in right now, and how expansive things are right now, like, truly. So there's still some old mindsets that you're having to get rid of here. And the 12th house that we just talked about is related to Pisces. So this is really talking about your mental health very, very strongly this month. So this would be a great time to do therapy. This would be a great time to go to a yoga studio nearby you, go to, if there's any healers by you, Reiki masters, whatever that you have available for you, this is a good time. to have other people kind of giving you an alternative perspective and helping you to break free from things. In the mental space here, we have the Knight of Wands in reverse. Okay, so when it comes to like dating and having fun, this would be a month to take a step back from that. Okay, with the Knight of Wands in reverse, it's saying don't look outside of you. You know, this is a month for you to go inside. Everything you need is inside. All of the answers are inside. The comfort, the love, the admiration, whatever it is that you need or looking for, it's inside of you, but you might have to peel back some layers to get it. You might have to clean some things up to access it. You might have to um there will be some work involved, but what this is saying is that the answer is not outside. The answer is inside. And it's not in another person, like you getting in a relationship is not going to make your life any better. It's not going to change your mental state. It's not going to change the quality of your life. Um, the answer is within. In the heart space this month, we have the Four of Swords. Yes, everything is pointing towards the inside. This is a month for you to contemplate. This is a month for you to get clear, like really, truly, and honestly, because we're at this very critical time right now. We're making the transition right now from this 9-year cycle that we've been in collectively, and we're about to move into a brand new 9-year cycle collectively. So the direction that the world is moving in, the way things work, what's going to be like the thing is all getting ready to shift and change. And you likely need to really think about where is it that you want to be in the next 9 years? Because likely whatever you're doing right now or the pathway you're on right now, or certainly the mindset you have right now is not in alignment with where things are going. Your mind is focused on the wrong things. And what I feel is that your mind is just cluttered with the wrong things. Like there could be you could have the wrong influences around you, you could be in the wrong environment, you could be doing not living your life in alignment on a daily basis, which is why you can't anticipate and see what's coming. Um, so you really have to step back this month and get alone, like get alone, spend time by yourself, like getting really, really real and trying to get a vision for your life. Try to gain vision, try to get clarity, try to get understanding. Because without the vision, without being able to see, then you're going to be doing the wrong things. You're not going to be moving in the right direction. So you really have to sit with spirit, with God, and ask, like, what do you want me to do? Like, why am I here? What am I doing? What are my next steps? You have to get that, and you need to be you need to be connected with God, okay? You need to have that connection. You need to have that certainty and that clarity because you need that for your daily life. The challenge for you this month, okay, I have 2 that are coming out. I have the 3 of Cups and the Chariot. Yeah, like this is not a month to be going out and talking and drinking and like hanging out. Like there's nothing there. Like you're going to get nothing. You're going to get more confused. It's just going to pull you farther away from where it is that you need to be. Okay. And the Chariot as well. When you get by yourself, there could be some really difficult emotions and really difficult feelings that you have to contend with. But that's the way through. That is the path forward. Is you need to face these things. And with the Chariot, this is talking about home. This is talking about family. This is talking about our ancestors, our past. Like, there could be a lot of generational trauma that you're still holding on to. There could be a lot of pain that you're still holding on to that, again, is really blocking your vision, and you're not able to see, like, the truth. You can't see, like, what's actually going on, which is what Saturn wants from you. That's what Saturn in your third house wants. Saturn wants you to think clearly. He wants you to have the right mindset. He wants you to have a very realistic mindset and not the Pisces third house, which is very idealistic, fantastical, imaginative. Like, no. Saturn wants you thinking clearly. So I feel like you have to get in the right around well, really get around from the wrong people, okay? Especially people who are not living the life that you're gonna be living. The people who are dealing with their own crap, or really should be dealing with their own crap, or people who are not aware, people who are not conscious, like, gotta get away from that, and because 'cause they're not helping you. And with the Chariot card, it's like you have to get really, really real about where you stand with your mommy issues and your daddy issues. Um, because it's these things that are gonna prevent you from having success moving forward. The outcome of the month is the Hierophant. The outcome of the month is you're gonna find that connection. That's what the universe wants. The universe is like, come closer. Come closer. We need to talk. We need to talk. Like, you are being called home in a way, not like that, not like finally going home, but like it's like a come to Jesus month for you where you have to come back in alignment with who you really are and who you really are meant to be and why you're here and what you're really meant to do. Once you establish that connection, life is going to get a lot easier. You will be led exactly to where it is you need to go. You will meet the people you need to meet. You will have the experiences that you need to have. But there's certainly more inner work that you're needing to do right now. And it's like critical, it's like, okay, this needs to be done, right? Saturn is only going to be in your third house retrograde until November, and then it's officially going to leave next year, Valentine's Day. So there's kind of only this little period of time here for you to really get right. And I feel like the universe wants you to take your spiritual life, your inner world, your healing journey more seriously, and not be like a passive, uh, not be passive about it, to be more active, to actively seek, to actively look for ways to heal, to actively look ways to get closer, and actively look for ways to be more in alignment. Let's get an oracle card to close this out. Okay, there's two that want to come out. So we have the first one is let your fears dissolve. Okay, so you could have a lot of fears that are preventing you from being the person that you're supposed to be, aligning to the life that you're supposed to have, getting on the path. And this is a Cancer card. So a lot of this could come back down to home and family and that whole thing. You could have been taught fear, like, "Oh, don't do that," or "We don't do that," or, "That's for other people," right? You could have been taught certain fears, or "That's not possible," or "Just do this." Like, you have to really observe the limiting beliefs that don't not only you were told, but that you observed, which are more insidious because whether we like it or not, whatever we observed is a part of us. We're infected, okay? And it's our job to heal ourselves, to get rid of all of that infection, to pull all of that crap out from inside of us so that way we don't repeat the same things that our parents did. And that's a very very active process. It's a very tough process. It's a hard process, but it's very necessary and has to be done. Otherwise, you're just destined for the same exact outcome. So you could have a lot of fears about that. What happens if I let go? What happens if I stop thinking this way? What happens if I depart from that? And then the second card that came out was reflect on your priorities, right? So you might be prioritizing certain things right now that are not getting you anywhere, right? That are not aligned with the big picture, but you have to know what the big picture is, right? So you might be thinking, well, I'm doing this, I'm going to work every day. I'm doing that. It's like, okay, but that might not be what you're called to do. Of course, we all have to go to work, we have to support ourselves, but there's the work that we have to do, which has nothing to do with, just our position in life. It's the work that the universe, God calls us to do and the path that it calls us to be down. And that's what you're not doing right now. You're not going down that path. You're not aligned with what it is you're truly meant to be doing here. And that's why it's like, what's happening? What's happening for me every month? You would know if you were aligned, you would know what the bigger picture is, and you would know, okay, this is just where I'm at in the journey, and I know this is the next step, and I know that's the next step, and I know I'm right where I need to be, and I'm doing exactly what I need to do. And that confidence only comes from having a relationship with universe, spirit, God, whatever that is for you. So you have to develop that more, and you have to know who you're supposed to be. So you know where you're going. It's just like having the GPS in the car. Like, you don't just want to drive around aimlessly, for years and years and years. You want to have purpose and no, this is my destination and I'm getting here and I know it's going to take me this long to get here and I'm very, very certain and I know who's supposed to be there and I know everything and I don't need, any external validation because all my validation is coming from above, inside and above. Okay, so gotta get on it. Like, you got to get on it because once we get into 2026, 2027, 2028, like, we're moving, world is moving forward and you don't want to get left behind and still, asking the same things all the time and wondering when's something going to happen. It's going to happen when you get on the train, when you get on the bus and start moving forward. Like, that's when things are going to happen. All right. So have to get off the sidelines when it comes to like your own life and your spiritual journey, and you have to get more active in the game. So hopefully that is helpful for you. Good luck. You're welcome. All right. Next up, we have Sarah. Hey, Serenity. Okay. For Sarah, what is coming towards Sarah in the month of September? Okay, your card for the month, we have the fourth house. So this is a very home, family, and emotional month. Okay. So this is all about the foundation, all about the roots. And bottom of the deck, I have the third house. So thank you, Serenity. I got your donation. So same thing for you, your Capricorn rising. So Saturn, your chart ruler, just went into your third house. And so for the next couple of months, it's a time for you to really refine your mindset, to eliminate any unhelpful mindsets, to eliminate any idealistic, fantastical, imaginative type of thinking, and to get really real about the way things are and what needs to be done, and just be more matter of fact and kind of more cut and dry when it comes to the way that you're thinking and the way that you're talking and the way that you're communicating. So, with this being tied more to your fourth house, this is showing that it has to do with your home and your family and your emotional well being. So, there could be potentially some conversations that you're needing to have with family members. Um, you might need to really take some time to think and reflect about the family, the reality of the family, the future of the family, where things are going, where things are heading, what role you need to play in that, the mindset you need to have in regards to family. This could also be with your living situation. That could be something else that you're having to think about and contemplate and, you know, figure out what the pathway for that is moving forward. And I know something that a lot of people are dealing with right now is they're really having to rethink their kind of plan, let's say, when it comes to like home ownership or like moving out because of the circumstances that are going on with the housing market and the housing, crisis that we are facing. So maybe if you were like thinking, oh, I'm going to buy a house, this year, maybe it's more like 5 years, maybe it's more like 10 years, right? Because the market has changed and it's going to continue to change. So you might have to be like more realistic in terms of like what your plan is in terms of your living situation that could potentially come up. But then if it has nothing to do with family or just living situation, then it's your emotional well-being, right? Like where are you at emotionally? Like truly, where are you at? How are you really, really doing? And what mindset do you need to have moving forward in order to just feel better about yourself and feel better about your life? So, this is a month of really focusing on the foundation, focusing on the roots, focusing on the basics, right? On just the foundation of life and making any changes or adjustments there, because if the roots are not set, if the foundation is not set, then it's really hard to move forward. Like if you think about it, if the bottom of the ladder is broken, it's really hard to get to the top, right? So you might have to spend some time just focusing on the bottom, making sure that the foundation that you're building your life on is strong and that you're just realistic about what needs to be done and the timing at which things can happen. So, the overall energy for the month. We have Queen of Wands. Okay, so I love this. So, this is a month to focus on yourself, okay? In the sense of What is it that I need to feel safe and secure? What is it that I need to feel safe and secure? What makes me feel comfortable? What makes me feel at home? What makes me feel like life is good? And this has to become the first priority. Okay. And it seems counterintuitive, but actually, by focusing on the foundation, by focusing on the roots, and by focusing on yourself, this creates the proper dynamic to move forward in your life. This is going to allow you to go in the direction that you want to go in, to build the legacy that you want to build, to get to where it is that you want to go. You have to feel good. You have to feel good about yourself. You have to feel safe. You have to feel comfortable. You have to feel supported. And so this month, really think about, what do I really need to feel safe and secure? And it's not going to be in another person. Okay. It has nothing to do with another person. It has to come from within side of you, and developing the right mindset that's going to support you moving forward. Because, like I've said to you, you're going into a period called Sati Sati. So you're kind of getting a little break from Sati Sati right now, right? Saturn's like pulling back, and it's like, okay, you've gotten a little taste over the past few months of what's to come. While Saturn has been in your fourth house, you've likely seen the challenges or the difficulties or the circumstances that are coming in the next 3 years for you. So now it's like, okay, now that I know, what do I have to do? Like, what do I have to do to be mentally prepared for what I'm going into? And how can I care for myself in a way that allows me to get through without losing myself, without going crazy? Okay. And with Saturn in the third house, it's not by escaping, right? It's not going to be, the answer is not to escape. The answer is not to dive into an addiction. The answer is not to, make up fantasy, scenarios, or, you know, anything like that. It's, let's come up with some real practical mentalities and mindsets that can really help with what's to come. I also have the tower at the bottom of the deck. So I do feel like one mindset that you want to really put on the list is that you're not in control. That you're not in control, and that anything can happen at any time, and that you can only can control the controllables, and you can only control yourself. That's the only thing you can control, because there's going to continue to be tower moments. Okay, so you want to be mentally prepared for, I don't know when something's going to happen, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know this is just the season that I'm in, and find a healthy way to deal with that. And it's 11:11 on the clock here where I am as I'm saying that. Okay. In the mind space, I have two cards coming out. I have the 6 of Wands and the 8 of Wands. So lots of wands here. So I think the best thing that you could do is find a hobby. Find a hobby. Find a passion. You know, find something that you can go to that doesn't have to do with another person. Okay. Like, not like a sport that you need 2 people to play with or something like that. Like something that you can go to by yourself and do when you need that release, when you need that distraction, let's say, like you need to find something to put your energy into that's unrelated to an individual. So, whatever that is, that's how you're going to feel more fulfilled. You're going to feel like life is worth living. I have something to look forward to. I have something that is just mine, that is positive and that is helpful and rejuvenating, and that I can just look forward to, all the time. Like it's scheduled in, like I'm doing this every Friday or whatever it is. You can look forward to it. Because if you don't have anything to look forward to, if you don't have anything to put your energy into, you're going to end up putting your energy into the wrong things. And particularly it's going to go towards people. And people cannot help you right now, okay? And on the family front, the point of this is not for you to be the servant or the caregiver for everyone in your family. It's just to have a strong foundation where it's like, okay, this is my family. This is how everybody is. This is who they are. That's their life. That's their business. I don't have any beef with anyone. I'm not looking for them for emotional validation. We don't all have to be best buddies. We don't have to be the Kardashians, but we do have just a baseline level of respect for each other. We have a baseline level of like, you just know what it is, right? Where it's something that if, let's say, for example, you were to meet somebody, you could introduce them to your family and there's going to be no beef. None of your family members would say anything crazy or embarrassing about you, right? Where it's just like, yeah, this is my family. We're not perfect, but we're cool. You know, we're not perfect, but we're cool. Everyone's taken care of. Everyone's doing their own thing. I'm good. They're them. I'm me. That's where you want to get to. Like Saturn going through your fourth house is just saying we need to stabilize this area. Like this area is too crazy and it just needs to be stabilized. And we have to pull the emotions out of it and just do what needs to be done. And just make sure, everyone's good, everyone's taken care of. Everyone is doing their own thing. Everyone is solid. Okay, cool. Like that's it. That's it. It doesn't have to go beyond that. So, that's another mindset that you might have to start thinking of is like, I need to create, not like, it's not, it's like boundaries, basically. I need to create boundaries. It's like, these are my family. They're my blood. They're always going to be my blood. I'm always going to care about them. I'm always going to want good for them. But I also need to create a foundation and stability for my own life. I need to make my own life go in this direction, and my family is not coming with me. Like they're not coming with me. I have to, doesn't mean F them. It just means, okay, you're there, you're good. I'm here, I'm doing this. And that's no problem, no problem. So you have to find something. You need to find something that's yours, something that takes you in the direction that you want to go in and helps you get where you want to be. So just think ahead. Just think ahead to, if I was living my best life, if money didn't matter, if I had no problems, if I just could do anything I want, no responsibilities, what would you be doing? and then do that. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. In the heart space, we have the Three of Wands. Yes, you have to start looking forward and getting rid of the past, like letting go of the past, any past entanglements, any past family drama, you know, anything that has come up in your life because of your family. You have to kind of go, okay, like that was then, but this is now. Like, yes, that happened, but it's time to start moving forward. Life goes on. Everyone makes mistakes. No one's perfect. Nobody owes me anything. I have no expectations from these people. Okay. Again, it's not F them. It's just, I don't expect anything from them. I don't expect them to, do this or do that or be this type of way. Like they can be whoever they want to be. And I can be whoever I want to be. And you have to start thinking about, who do you want to be? Who do you want to be? And what does your life look like? And start figuring out, what does that person think? How does that person think? How does that person act on a daily basis? How does that person conduct themselves? And start doing that. And because that's the only way forward. You kind of have to act as if before it actually happens. You have to align internally before it's going to happen externally. And that's the whole thing with Virgo this month is you're getting this opportunity for a super duper brand new beginning in your life. That's not going to it's not about just this month. It's about a beginning of your life that's going to last years. Okay. A solar eclipse spans over the course of a year, so think about 1 year from now, where do you want to be? And with Virgo, it's about, what habits do I have to be that person? So it's very much so in your control. You can control the way you act every day. You can control the habits you're doing every day. You can control, what time you're waking up and how you're eating and if you're exercising and where you're going and who you're spending your time with and what hobbies you're doing. You can control all of that. The universe gives you dominion over that. So you have to figure out, what is the life I want to be living, and what would I do if I was living that life, and just do it. So your life has to be built on a different foundation, not the foundation of whatever your foundation is right now, like I live here and, this is what I do. It's like it needs a new foundation. You said, I can relate to both, honestly. Oh, I had one today, nothing crazy, but I had to be straightforward with someone, maybe a little mean, but just needed to get something off my chest. No, don't feel bad about that. Oh, interesting. Been thinking about what I can do with like a consistent hobby. Yes, that is necessary. You said, oh, yeah, I'm realizing this. I start my degree and hope to finish in 6 months. That way I can elevate in my career. I'm looking forward to that. Awesome. I already have an opportunity waiting for me when I finish, a place I've been applying to for 2 years. Awesome. So just, keep the big picture in mind. Okay? Like, yes, you have the job, but what's the purpose of the job? It's not just about getting a job, because eventually you get the job, you get the new degree, the new feeling wears off, and you're like, what's next? There has to be something more. There has to be something else, right? So keep in the big picture. Why are you doing this? What is the purpose of this? Why, how is this going to really change things for you? Okay. Just use it as like a stepping stone. Don't don't get stuck. Keep going. Okay, the challenge this month for you is the 5 of Wands. So you said I use ChatGPT to optimize my resume. Perfect. True, because I'm like that. Right. And that's what happens to a lot of people is like they just think, oh, well, once I get that degree, once I get that job, once I buy that car, once I buy the house, then my life's gonna be amazing. And it's like, and it never is, right? It literally never is. So don't fall into that same trap again. That might be a mindset that you also want to get rid of that fantasy, mindset of my life will be better when. That could be another mindset. So 5 of Wands. So what that's showing is as you start to change your mindset, as you start to change your daily habits, as you start to move forward into a brand new version of yourself, you're going to hit resistance because people want you to stay the same. People want you to always be the person that you were and just play the role that you've been playing. So just know that you're going to come up against challenges or blocks or disagreements as people have to adjust to the direction that you're moving in. But that doesn't mean don't do it. It just means understand that this is a part of the journey. A part of growth is pain. A part of growth is conflict. And that means that you're probably doing something right. I do have the 3 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. That could be disappointing. It could be difficult for you to, let people down or not be there for them or not constantly serving everyone maybe the way that you normally are, but you have to break out of that because it's not getting you anywhere. So the outcome of the month is a 6 of Cups. So I see you being very nostalgic. And this deals with like the mother relationship. So this could be something that comes up for you. Um, that could be where maybe the conflict is occurring. But what I'm getting more, it's like you could realize this month as you try to move forward that there's still a lot of the past that's still holding you back. It's like, yes, I want to move forward, but the more you try to move, it's like a chain is like holding you back, holding you back, holding you back. So I would really analyze the mother relationship. If you have any mother wounds, like really analyze those. There could be some things that you observed in your mother, lessons you learned from your mother that maybe you're unconsciously repeating, and that's holding you back. Because I see you getting pulled backwards, like looking forward, but being pulled back. Wanting to be this particular person, but being limited by the past or stuck in the past or still nostalgic about something from the past. The past seems to be coming up. And which does make sense to me because the second eclipse will be also in the sign of Virgo. So I wouldn't, and that's a South Node eclipse. So what that eclipse is showing is that in order for you to move forward, there's something you need to let go of. So that will become more clear towards the end of the month. What from your past has to be released in order for you to move forward here? Okay. Oh my God, there's like 100 cards that want to come out, but I'm going to take the two that came out face up. So the first one is release your blocks. So most definitely there are family blocks, mother blocks, blocks from the past. Let me try to get more specific about that. Tenth house and father blocks too. So it's really, I have mother and father showing up here. So it's just family blocks, really. It's family blocks. It's issues with the foundation, issues with the roots. Even though you may be very ambitious, you may feel like you should have more or be doing more. It's like you're being weighed. It's like I see you being like pulled in different directions. It's like you're wanting to be stretched and pulled up, but you have weights pulling you down. So you're kind of just, it's like you're not making progress. Yet your mind is like, I want to go in this direction. I want to have this. I want to accomplish this. So you have to resolve the the weights on your feet, which is the family. You have to resolve that first in order for you to get where you want to go. Because maybe you've even tried to go, but you keep getting pulled back. Somehow you keep ending up in the same position. So yeah, the issue here is not that you're not qualified enough, not that you don't have enough education, not that you're not good enough, or not that you're worthy enough. The issue here is that you're chained to the past, you're chained to a way of thinking, you're chained to limiting beliefs that keep you stuck. So you have to break free of those, and then everything will open up. You probably don't even have to go through any, crazy, take any crazy action. It's just by releasing the past, it frees you up to fly. The second card is speak your world into being. So this is where you have to speak as if and think as if you're already where you want to be in life. You have to live as if. This is a fantastic time for you to write your own affirmations. I don't recommend getting affirmations online. I recommend you sitting down and you writing your own affirmations that affirm the life that you want, and write it as I am. I am this. I live here. I have this. I do this. I'm with so and so. My spouse is this. Like, and reading that every single day and training your mind, because again, the reality of where you are versus where you want to go are like two different things. So as long as you keep seeing what you're seeing and keep like being in the environments you're in, your mind is not going to ever get anywhere because it just keeps seeing things that it doesn't want, or it keeps reliving the past. So you have to write a future story for yourself. You have to write where you want to be, and that should be the first thing that you read in the morning, and it should be the last thing that you read at night. And, even more, you can record it and listen to it. But you have to start bringing the fantasy, let's say you're bringing the dream into reality. And you do that first by writing. That's the first way that things come from the mind to the real world, is just writing it down and then speaking it, then saying it, and then acting like it. Then when all of those things are in alignment, that's how you manifest what you want. So you're needing to manifest the life that you want. The biggest barrier for you and really all Capricorn risings right now, what they're going to find is the biggest barrier to your life is just your mindset. It has nothing to do with your circumstances, has nothing to do with your situation, has nothing to do with your background or your past. It just has to do with your mindset and the way that you're thinking about life. That's all. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful, gave you some insight. Alrighty, so next up we have Serenity. Okay, so for you, you asked, let me see. I'm pursuing music and I guess I'm being impatient, but I feel like it's not working for me. I know I need to be determined and keep pouring myself into it, but it's a dog eat dog industry and I'm feeling discouraged. Could use some advice from spirit. What I would advise for you is to look into your astrology and to see if music is a viable path for you, for one. And then to see if it is a viable path, when would you start to see success in your life? When would that start to take off, if ever? That way, you know whether or not you're just being impatient or if you have if it's just not the right time. So that's what I would first do is I would just ensure and be very confident. Okay. So if you're confident, all right, let's see. Okay. So let's see what you need to know right now. Yeah, I would look at the timing. That's what's really good for Vedic astrology is it's excellent at telling you when things are going to happen. So that could be something more to look into. But the card I have for you right now is the Four of Cups. So yes, I definitely see you being discouraged here. I do think you are being impatient. I do. I think you're maybe wanting things to look a certain way, or you have an idea in your head of what success looks like. But maybe another way to frame it is that you're pursuing your passion and you're getting to do that every day. And that in itself is a blessing. right? Not having to pursue something that you don't want to pursue, being able to wake up every day and do what you're passionate about is a blessing in itself. And to not think so much about, oh, I'm putting in all this effort or this is what the industry is, because if it's meant for you, it doesn't matter. If you're meant to do it, if it's your destiny, it's going to happen no matter what. So you don't have to worry about what the industry is like, or the effort you're putting in, because if you're going in the right direction, then it just feels right. So don't think too much about the external world and what you're seeing externally. Focus more on how you feel internally. We have the Five of Swords. You also could be, again, like maybe not getting the external validation that you're looking for, right? Maybe you don't have the people around you that are like supporting you, where it's like, yeah, I feel good about this. Your external environment might be showing you, oh, you're not doing this right, or that's not right, or this isn't good for you. You kind of have to tune that out. You have to tune everyone out and everything out, and even don't look at the don't look at the numbers, don't look at the external. Just focus on what you're doing. Focus on the craft. Like, just focus on waking up every day, being in the right positive headspace to keep doing what you're doing, because the reality is that the only way to have success and the only way to make money in that industry is just to continually produce. You have to just keep producing. And so the same exact thing you're doing now will be the same exact thing you're doing 5, 10 years from now if things work out. So just staying in the right headspace, I think, is very, very important, and not looking at like the external environment. Yeah, it's expensive, like this is a part of the game, and you just have to accept it. That's I think the key here is not thinking, "Oh, it should be this particular way, or it should be easy, or it should just be working out." Like, anything good and anything worthwhile is gonna have problems, challenges, obstacles. If it was easy, everyone would do it, right? And if this is your path, then this is how you're gonna grow. So that is going to come with challenges, because that's what the universe intends for us. For us to grow, we have to have challenges. So just accept these challenges, go, okay, like this is what it is. And I am going to rise up to those challenges. I'm going to overcome those challenges, and just see everything as a positive thing. Like, okay, I'm coming up against this. That must mean I'm making progress, not that I'm, going in the wrong direction. So just kind of flip your mindset to see the positives, or see the negatives as positives. Ace of Swords. Yeah. You just have to be realistic, right? Like, if this is what it is, this is just how it is. You just have to accept this is how it is, right? And not have this like dream way of thinking about it. Like, oh, if my music career was working out, or instead of saying I'm pursuing music, like, no, I am a musician. Like, I am a musician. This is what the life is like. This is what the job is like. It's just like this, and that's just that. And just being more matter of fact about it, and not doubting the process, doubting the system, doubting the industry, oh, it's expensive. Like, just speak more positivity over it. Just be more um just think of it as like it's just your life. This is just my life, and it just is what it is. But yeah, I also would recommend, going back to whoever did your Vedic chart and having them look at your Vedic dashas, because sometimes you're just in a bad dasha. You're just in a bad time period and you haven't yet hit that time period when, things go well. You say it's hard as a woman, most producers just take advantage of women. Again, part of the industry, right? It's a part of the path. And if this is the path that you want to take, you have to accept reality. Not saying that I'm agreeing with that, absolutely not. But the more resistance you have towards this, the harder it will be to manifest, right? If you just focus on all of the problems, like, oh, this industry is so ugly and everyone takes advantage of everyone and it's just so hard. And if that's the mindset that you have, then this will be very, very hard. This is going to be very, very, very difficult. But if you see it as this just is what it is, I have to accept it, like this is like what I want to do and these are the things I have to overcome as a part of what I want to do, and you see it as more of like something that you can overcome, then it will be much easier. Your mindset will drastically change your experience here. And maybe some of these things are deal breakers. Like maybe your soul is not okay with some of these things and that's okay too. But you then have to really ask yourself, do I want to go down this pathway? Knowing what I know. So you have to get past the fear, you have to get past the doubt, you have to get past the anxiety, you have to get past all the negatives. And those are just mental barriers, mental blocks that are preventing you from seeing this from a different perspective. So you have to first and foremost believe in yourself, believe in your music, believe that you have a message to share, believe that you have something to bring the world. If that's number one and you're on a mission to get your message out there, you're on a mission to heal people, you're on a mission to, bring whatever vibe you're trying to bring to people, that has to be the number one thing. And you're just going to say, I am so focused on that I don't care about anything else. I know I'm supposed to do this. And that's just that. You have to be that ruthless about it. And that's why most people don't make it in the music industry, because they really don't have that strong why. They don't have that strong mission. They don't have that strong purpose. It's just, for some people, it's just a passion. It's just a hobby. It's just something that they're interested in. They dabble in it, they have a little success, right? But not everyone makes it big, and there's a reason why. So you have to have a strong reason why. You have to have a strong vision, a strong, strong, strong mission that you will overcome all of these little fears and little insecurities and doubts, because you have to do this in your life. It has to be a must for you. You have to be that intense about it. And if you can have that type of mindset, then nothing will stop you. Okay. So work on the mindset piece. Know that you're going to be your biggest barrier, and, all of your fears and insecurities are going to hold you back. Okay. So hopefully this is helpful for you. And like I said, I would get back with that person that did your Vedic chart and have them do your dashas. Hello, Rhoda. How are you? Yeah, honey, like I'm not a therapist. I'm a reader and I read the energy and I read the cards. And this is not a place to come to feel better. It's a place to come to get truth. So if you're like not in a place to hear the truth, then this is not the modality and maybe not the channel for you. So I'm sorry you don't feel better, but this is the message that I had to give to you. And it maybe doesn't sit well right now, but maybe with some time and reflection, it'll make more sense. Good to hear. I am doing good. Are we doing astrology tonight? Awesome. Let's pull your chart up. Okay, so here is your chart, and let's go through the monthly transit. Uh, first things first, on September 1st, I don't know if I did your Saturn return reading or not, but on September 1st, Saturn went back into Pisces, which for you is your 11th house of your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. So this is kind of shifting you away from the intense energy of all of the healing and the like having to deal with your mental health and traumas and all of that. That weight is sort of being lifted temporarily, and now you're being asked to realistically look at your goals, plans, and dreams for the future. So it's very possible that, immediately maybe you feel a little bit lighter, maybe you feel a little bit better. Um, but now you could feel like, okay, you know, what am I doing or where am I going? Or are the goals that I set for myself, are they still things that I want to accomplish? So you'll be sort of pondering over that over the next couple of months. And then once Saturn goes direct and starts moving forward again, you'll have much more clarity about how you're going to progress over the next, you know, several years of your life. Then on September 2nd, Mercury went into the sign of Virgo, which for you is your fifth house of love, dating, and romance. And that also, too, could have kind of lightened the vibe, lightened the mood up a little bit for you. Um, with this, your mind will be very focused on just love in general, not necessarily romantic love, though it could be, but just the love that you have in your life and just thinking about like where you're at in terms of your relationships, romantic and also with your kids, and also the relationship you have with your inner child that could come up at this time as well. Then on September 6th, Uranus will go retrograde, which for you is in your second house of your finances. So, since Uranus has been in your second house, it could have brought some disruptions when it comes to your financial situation. Sometimes this is a good disruption. Sometimes you make more money with Uranus, um, or you find new alternative ways to bring in income streams. So, whatever's been going on with your financial situation over the past couple of months, with Uranus retrograde, it can help you to internally become okay with this, to um, integrate whatever is happening, or it can help you to understand that you have to maybe diversify your finances, or you have to do more work to get your finances on the right page. Okay. So if you've kind of been having like a tornado, let's say, with Uranus, the tornado passes and it's like, okay, let's put this back together again before the tornado starts. Then on September 7th, you'll have the full moon eclipse in the sign of Pisces, which for you is your 11th house again. So, with this eclipse, this is helping you to see where your future is going. okay, for better or for worse. You're just going to be able to more clearly and more realistically see what the pathway for you looks like. And the benefit of that is you can then be more realistic, right? Rather than thinking, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. You'll be able to see what actually you can do, what is within reach for you, and what's actually aligned because this eclipse is like focused on the future, and with Rahu, it's talking about your destiny. So there could be certain things that maybe you've been doing or thinking, oh, I'm going to do that, that you now realize that's not what I want to do, or that doesn't align with where I want to go. Um, but you can also see, okay, but this pathway could be more realistic. This pathway could be more attainable, more achievable. And then you can just start to get your mindset right with what actually is possible for you. You said nothing major happening, but I have been focused on finding side gigs so I can quit the restaurant job. Great. Then on September 14th, you'll have a third quarter moon in the sign of Gemini, which for you is your second house. So, with whatever comes up with this full moon in Pisces, it then helps you to organize your finances properly. Again, once you kind of have a better idea of what you're going to be doing, what your goals are, what your plans are, that can then help you to figure out what you actually need to be doing financially because you could be doing too much, you could be doing too little right now. You know, after the eclipse, you'll be right on the money. You'll know, okay, this is exactly, what my goals are. This is what I need to be doing to achieve those goals. And we had talked about it last time. Like, for example, like a lot of people right now are having to put like the dream of owning a home on the back burner. Like for some people are just giving up on it completely. Like, I'm never going to own a home at these prices and with the way things are going, or, maybe that's not even a goal. Like maybe renting is completely fine. And then that money that you're saving can be used towards other goals and other things. So, like, when you know that, that completely changes the way you think about your money and the way that you save your money, right? And invest it. So, you'll have a better idea, like, around the middle of the month, how you should properly set yourself up. That way, okay, how hard do I need to be working right now? Like is what I'm making actually fine? Like you will have a better idea of how to set yourself up. Then on September 18th, Mercury will enter the sign of Libra, which for you is your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. So that could be a time when the job search could go better because the sixth house is about work. And with Mercury here, this will allow you to have conversations with people and, interview with them, and, they get to know you, you get to know them. You could find like something good during this time. So if nothing really is happening for you up until this point, wait until Mercury is in Libra and it will likely go a lot better. Then on September 19th, Venus will enter the sign of Virgo, which for you is your fifth house of love, dating, and romance. And so Venus loves being in the fifth house, but it has a difficult time in the sign of Virgo. So again, your mind could be very focused on like love and things of this nature. You just want to not fall into the trap of feeling like you need to like take care of everybody. With this, try to turn it onto yourself and try to take care more of your inner child. Like if there's anyone you're going to love on or serve or take care of, let it be your inner child. You said I didn't say anything to my boss about a raise and I wish I had. Work has been so crazy though. I didn't feel like it was the right time. Yeah, no, I would just wait a second. I would wait Honestly, I would wait until eclipse season is over. Um, yeah, I would just wait till eclipse season is over, altogether. But again, you'll know better, like, by the time that September, like, 14th comes around, like, what you actually need. That way, when you do have the conversation, you can go, "Look, I love working here, but these are my finances. Like, I need this amount of money every month to take care of my expenses as well as, save towards my future, whatever it is, my future goal. So I have to make this. This is where I need to be. Can you meet me here?" But it's going to be a lot easier to have that conversation when you actually know the numbers. And with that third quarter moon in Gemini, that's going to be a better time for you to sit down with yourself or maybe a financial advisor or planner or whatever and know your numbers. That way it's not just like, "Oh, I need a raise." Like, what does that mean? You need a quarter? That's what they'll try to do, give you like a quarter. No, I need this. Or maybe you need to ask to be switched to salaried instead of hourly, right? Like, you have to know your situation. You have to know where you're going. You have to be clear. That's going to make it much easier for you to navigate that conversation. Then on September 21st, you're going to have a new moon eclipse in the sign of Virgo. And this is again in that fifth house of love, dating, and romance. And so this could be a time where you start something new in regards to your love life, your dating life. Someone could pop up during this time with an eclipse if it's meant to be. There could be something going on with one of your children, something fated happening in one of their lives, their life moving forward in some type of big way, or in general, it is a time for you to just set the intention for bringing more love and joy and fun into your life. This could be in the form of a hobby, right? Doing something for your inner child and making that something that you're adding into your life. Then on September 22nd, we have a lot going on. This is when fall officially begins. Sun will enter Libra. That will be your sixth house. So, with this, work and the busyness and the daily routine, that will be a theme for you over the next 3 months. It's very possible you'll be working a lot over the next couple of months. And like I said, end of the month would probably be a better time for looking for new jobs and things like that. Also, Mars will enter Scorpio, which is your seventh house of relationships. So this can be good and bad. The good thing about this is this can make you show up very passionately and excited when it comes to relationships, which could be good for trying to find a job, right? Like, this could make you give you more initiative to connect with people and talk with people and follow up with them and like get them to, like you and give you an opportunity, give you a chance. That's one way it could work out. But also on the flip side of that, this can make interaction with people more challenging, more difficult. People can be more snappy, um, more critical, more like scrutinizing. So that can go either way. You can have like disputes and conflicts with people. So you just want to try to be conscious with Mars in your seventh house to not be the aggressor unless you need to be, right? If you need to be, then you need to be, but to not be the aggressor, to, not get angry with people or take anger and frustration out on people, because for you, Mars rules your 12th house of the unconscious. So if you're like feeling unconsciously angry, you can project that out onto other people, or just in general with Mars in the seventh, you can project onto other people, but also other people can project onto you. So, just a time to be very mindful, but you can be conscious of it and try to use it in a constructive way to, work with people and get people to, do what you want them to do in a positive way, not a negative way. Finally, on September 29th, you'll have a first quarter moon in the sign of Capricorn, which for you is your 10th house. Okay. So with the first quarter moon, that means there's some type of issue or challenge here to overcome. And this will be in your ninth house of your beliefs and your philosophy. So, and this will be at 7 degrees. So this will be pretty much conjunct your entire stellium here. And so what that's showing me, this will be a week like September going into October, where you're really having to get out of your own way. Okay. You're having to get out of your own way with all of the Capricorn in your ninth house. You can get really fixated on things being a certain way, or feel like, well, this is the best way, or this is the way it's supposed to be, or this is the way it's always been, or this is how I know things to be. And so with this first quarter moon in Capricorn, it's saying you might have to challenge your own beliefs, right? Yes, maybe you've never done XYZ. Maybe you've never seen anyone do XYZ. Maybe you don't have any experience in XYZ. But maybe, just maybe, you could. Maybe you can still do it, Maybe you can still do it. So the biggest challenge for you end of the month is like getting out of your own way and opening up to new ways of doing things, because you might find that the way you're doing things isn't working. It's not leading to good results. You're not getting, what you want. So you might have to do things a different way to get it done. So you said, "Oh Lord." It's nothing to be afraid of. It's going to be more of a self-growth moment more than it's going to be a problem with anybody else. It's going to be more of a problem with you versus you. Because again, there's a lot of things about like career and work and money, and you might have to do something that you've never done before, or think about things in a way you've never done before, conduct yourself in a way you've never conducted yourself before in order to move forward. And the biggest barrier to that will be you, just getting past kind of the way things have always been done, because that's the problem with Capricorn is like, well, this is the way things have always been done, or this is the best way to do it, or this is how they teach you in school. And it's like, well, there's another way, there could be another way. So if you find this month that like you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and you're not getting any different results, and it's, you're banging your head up against the wall and you're getting stressed out and you're getting tired, like, understand that it's probably just something that you're not realizing that you're doing, that you're just doing because you've always done it before, but that actually you have to do differently now. You have to find a different way, a new perspective to help you to move forward. Alrighty, so shall be an interesting month, but a lot of this just starts with you. A lot of this month just starts with you getting clear about you and what you need and where you're going, and then aligning your life to that rather than just taking whatever you can get or just doing whatever you're being told to do, but actually switching that and going, no, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm going. This is what I need. My situation needs to align to me. I need to be controlling this horse here, not the other way around. Okay. So you have to kind of get in that passenger seat of the car this month, in a sense, and make your life work for you and not feel like you have to be, just subject to whatever becomes available to you, because if you just do that, you're just going to keep getting what you've always got, and eventually it's just not going to add up to anything really. So, hopefully this is helpful. Good luck. You're welcome.